Capture? Capture, where are you? Where's the capture? Ah, there it is. Alright, folks. I've done my homework. And so, we have a little something to fix from yesterday. And so let me get my anti-flashbang glasses out first. And we shall explain the problem and the solution that I think I am satisfied with. To dare more boldly to wider seas. And I'll admit, when I was doing my homework and poking around at what I could tweak, be it in the debug mode of the game or save editing, I did take a peek around. And so the reason that France is starting the Treaty of Tortillas on me is that they've also made landfall in the New World. They went south to Brazil. And I took a peek, hopping from tag to tag to look at what Brazil has. Brazil's not too bad. They got a whole lot of wild game, but a whole lot of gold, too. Okay, so, here is a problem, right? The problem right now wow, dynamic music actually being dynamic. They heard me talking shit. Now, my heir is Anju Lajos. Apparently, the localization for Luis. Because we keep getting Hungarian into us. And he's considered a bishop. He's not. But he's considered a bishop because he's the heir to Croatia, to Sicilies. And here's the problem. To Sion. Sion is a bishopric that has the Prince Bishopric government reform. Which I think requires being a bit theological, right? It's a theological realm, as opposed to a republic, monarchy like us. Theocracy is the other one. And so the Prince Bishopric of Sion is expected to be ruled over the clergy. We are secular rulers. My heir is a secular ruler, except he isn't. He's considered crown. But he's also a bishop by right of being the heir to the Prince Bishopric of Sion. And as a consequence of that, all of my kids down his line are considered clergy. My phenomenal heir-to-be, clergy. And so basically everyone going down my heir is damned to be of the clergy forevermore. That needs fixing. So one thing I'll do is we'll start with something super, super simple, right? I'm not a master of save editing, nor a master of console command kung fu. But there are some simple commands that they have available. So if I were to... Sion is 2093. Annex 2093. Because I tried giving it... I tried to see what would happen if I simply gave 150 extra opinion to Sion. So I could... Where is it? So I could change to vassal status. Opinion must be 150. But they'll still refuse. Because of all these other penalties. 90 base, 50 number of subjects. Due to reject subjugation reasons. Different government type. Yeah, their theocracy here, and yet we somehow are able to inherit a theocracy. Border distance, primary culture, etc., right? It's minus 139 to accepting, even if we gave them an extra 150 opinion. Excuse me. I'm sure maybe somewhere in the save editing I could change the code from fiefdom to vassal, and they might be happy with that. So what I'll do is I'll annex 2093, another one bites the dust. Now this isn't without consequence because I am annexing, and so other subjects are going to change their opinion by 50 for the next 20 some years or whatever. Every neighboring country of Sion is going to change their opinion by 30. So this isn't a consequence-free act. Now, here's a problem. Even though Sion no longer exists, my heir is still considered a bishop. He is crowned because he's directly below me, but his children are still considered clergy. Boo. So first, I don't even want Sion in the first place. The trouble with Sion is that they were a vassal of province. Well, a fiefdom of province. And normally that wouldn't be a bad thing, being a fiefdom of a personal union junior member. But because we annexed province, then Genoa became our vassal. We went ahead and let them loose so they could happily stay divorced from us. And Sion became a direct fiefdom, which means that as a fiefdom, the direct ruler of Sion was me. So this wasn't a problem up until I annexed province, who had Sion as a junior part as a fiefdom. And so because of that, my heir became technically a bishop, and his children and their children are all clergy. This is a little bit different from the Queen of Britain being the head of the Anglican Church, because she's still a secular ruler, or was. This is a lot more literal, where being the bishop in Sion means having to become clergy all the way down, no more secular. Which doesn't exactly work, because we are a monarch. We're a monarchy. There should be an incompatibility in inheriting across different lines. I could kind of understand all these northern Italians constantly falling into your personal union for a generation and falling out, because apparently they have a thing where they just elect the Italian with the highest stats, and if you're the Italian with the highest stats, because you've been doing good, and you've raised your guys well to have good stats, then you get to have rulership over them until the next guy around. And then they all go independent afterwards, because that's for a generation, right? They're electing the guy, and the guy just happens to be a king. Then the next generation comes, they elect somebody else. So it falls in and out of those republics or duchies or whatever. But you can't exactly be a secular ruler around the clergy, you know? So that has to be some kind of... You cannot be the feudal leader of this and thus be the exact same leader of that. It has to change to a vassal, or if you can't do that, you risk losing the fiefdom. With certain inheritance spaghettiing around, Paradox is quite happy to say, be careful with your inheritance law changes. That might mess up things at the PUs. You might lose a PU member if their laws are different. But they gotta tweak things up about if your personal union's fiefdom is a bishop. One, that shouldn't happen in the first place because province wasn't a bishop. You should only be able to have feudal bishops if you yourself are a theocracy. Because I don't think they intend for all of your line, because you hold a bishopry somewhere, to suddenly all be born as nuns and monks. The music is really struggling right now for some reason. So we'll go ahead, remake... Don't crash on me now. Bishopric of Sion as a vassal, not a fiefdom. So for Sion, they created another Anjou for us of the dynasty, but created of whole cloth. Okay, this music is being really weird right now. I'm just gonna turn you off, okay? We're gonna turn you off for now. Little EU5 music, because you seem to be struggling. Shuffle and loop. Okay. And then we'll give Sion all the land that they were holding. They could have the bits of band they were holding, the bits up there, the bits up here. So this is what Paradox should have it be. If the guy you absorbed had a bishop fiefdom and you yourself are not a theocracy, then something has to change. Either the relationship gets a pop-up to flip it to a vassal because you cannot hold a bishop seat, or you let it go. So all we're doing with this, for this step of the process, is changing it so Sion becomes a vassal. We inherited Sion from Provence, but it being a theocracy title while we are a secular monarch fucks things up. And as you can see, there's still clergy. And so this opens up step 2 of the process. I'm gonna go ahead and exit out of Europa Universalis 5, because Europa Universalis 5 takes up a lot of resources as it is, and the tool that I use in order to save edit can be rather slow when I got the game open at the same time. So let me open up my Paradox Unlimiter 3. The new update, by the way, for the Paradox Unlimiter is basically nothing. It's just for one of the other games. Compatibilities for the other ones. Okay, so step number 2 then is to go into the save editor. Let's go ahead and import the 2 Sicilies that we were just working on. And so that gives us our 1st of October 1507 game that we just saved on. There's 2 of them. There's 2 October 1st, 1507s. Because we saved it in the debug mode, we're allowed to edit the save. Otherwise, if we went into some other save that was saved without the debugger, then that would put us at Use the melter functionality on the save game first or instruct the game to save as plain text by launching in debug mode. So go to the save we just made. Metadata. This is the fuckery save. Okay. So, first, let's go look at my kids. We're going to change their tags from clergy to crowns. So we're going to search for 64284. I've checked up their tags, their IDs already. Character database. 64284, right? Mary, Luis, Charles. Estate is clergy estate. Let's fix that. We'll put you to crown estate and save. Luis would be Lajos, right? You got your 3 kids. Crown estate, good. Order of St. George, everything else is DNA. So let's look up. That was Charles. Let's do Catalan next. She has a big one, 335 96055. Okay, I might have opened too big here. Close you, close you. We'll go a step deeper. Mary, Luis, Catherine. Clergy estate? No. We'll fix up her kids while we're here. Charles. Clergy estate. Not anymore. Little Robert. We'll fix up to Crown 2. Vladislav. Which one's Vladislav? I don't think I know Vladislav. Mother is 335, okay. That's her kids then. All of her kids that get fixed up from clergy to crown. And little Margaret was too young to be in the clergy. Then I'll save. And that should fix my kids who were crowned up. Or clergy, let me see. I don't think I saw Hedvig. Hedvig we'll search for. Tales, Luis, Megaton, Hedvig. Let's see, Luis, we looked at already, right? Just let me verify my work. 503 47 442. 442. Yeah, he's back to Crown. As is Catherine. 335-96055 we just did. Eleanor. Crown Estate, good. Little Charles. 64284. Crown, excellence, that's everybody. We'll save, exit the editor, and then we export it to the game save directory. That's the step I was missing the first time that I was doing save editing. All these changes are in the directory that the save editor is in. You import the files from the save directory to the save editor directory. And once you finish, you have to export it back out to where Paradox saves actually are. Okay, so that's that. And now all that's left to do is to go back into the game. And because it does take a while to load up, not too long. What about some news? Because it turned out that something completely passed me by earlier this month. Well, not this month anymore. It turns out that holy heck, Galaxy Princess Zorana released on the 21st of last month. And it completely passed me by, the far distant sequel to Long Live the Queen. Normally there's news in my library, right? For games in my library where they get new updates, or when the devs ought to bump out new releases, like is the case for, well, that's Antichamber. Either way, right? I didn't know until last night when it's like, hey, if you missed the release discount, you could do a bundle discount if you already own Long Live. What do you mean release discount? What do you mean Princess Zoran is already out? So that's pretty funny. I should get my hands on that because I was a big fan of Long Live the Queen. And so now that we've got our save done, fuckery has been saved over. Let's see if the export went correctly and the saves made have fixed this post-launch fuckery. English are great lovers of themselves. Yeah, that's true. Towards the end of our relationship, the British accent was very, oh, if only I had a clone. I think if I had a clone, then I would possibly fall in love with her. Come on, save game. Bisura Ali. Andale, andale. This poor kid can't pour water forever. Look at how dead his eyes are. Oh, I should have turned off the debugger first. Oh well. It's just gonna pop up, tell us everybody's IDs when they're gonna die. Nothing too important. So, through console fuckery, we've gone ahead and turned Sion, Prince Bishop of Sion, from a fiefdom into a vassal, because there's no way that a secular monarch should be inheriting a bishopric and turning all of their kids into clergy. And at the save edit went good. He still has a title of bishop on him. But he's not set to inherit a bishop seat. Only Croatia, only 2 Sicilies. That's it. That's all he gets. And my kids now, would you look at that? They're no longer clergy. Little Robert is no longer clergy. He's no longer the world's tiniest monk. Andrew Catalin isn't a nun married to Carl there, popping out babies every few years. Margarita is no longer the world's tiniest nun. That person on Blue Sky that draws comics of like nuns and orphan nuns is in shambles right now. Carolee. Ugh. Did I go too far? Now that he's no longer a monk in training, he's lost his glasses. He only had glasses because he was going to become a monk. Because the fucked up bishopric inheritance inherited off of annexing a PU that had a bishop seat as a fiefdom. That's the only reason he had glasses. He's no longer a man of God. He's got to squint like the rest of us. No longer the world's tiniest, slowest nun. Maybe we'll make Hedvig join the clergy. Or just take the vows. Lose 10 legitimacy. Nah. She doesn't have to be a dynamo. So basically, that's the simple fix that I had to do last night. And that brings us back for colonial game here. We got colony forming this way. Colony growing here, growing there. This is all going to be Havana. And since I was in the debug mode anyway, yeah, I took it upon myself to hop into the brain of Queen Margaret of Evreux, of King Charles VI, of King Juan II, of Charles of... Margaret of Evreux? Charles of Evreux, huh? Cool. Are you two married? Your spouse is Duke Johann of Eiffel. He looks so frumpy. And so it turns out France has more exploration going this way. Spain, England, whatever, have a little bit of exploration around here, but nothing too exciting. Nobody else has made landfall in the Caribbean or North America, but France has made the very smart choice of looking at Brazil. And Brazil, it turns out, has a lot of wild game and some good gold deposits. And so that's why, because we're both on North America, or we're the Americas, we're both in South America right now, that the Treaty of Tortillas is going to pop up pretty soon, because they also have an interest here. But now that I've satisfied myself in untangling an inheritance oversight as to what happens if a personal union junior member has a bishop fiefdom and you annex the secular personal union and then inherit their theocratic fiefdom, and then your immediate family all starts becoming nuns and monks by birth, even by birth becoming nuns and monks. Now that that nonsense is fixed, we can play the game properly now. So this is no longer a fuckery save, this is a proper Naples save. Plus that Naples save is way, way old. Okay, so what should the first thing on our agenda be? Mantua, Modena, and Venice are not integrated. But we're working on it. We're integrating Ferrara, Reggio di Lombardia, and Romagna at 97.56%. Building a whole bunch of early carracks Because it turns out that we are now the number 6 power in the world, and that makes us a great power. We've officially joined the Great Power Gang. And right now we have the cultural hegemon. Because nobody comes close to us in our cultural influence. We could force people to change their court language to Italian. May affect the estate satisfaction of different estates. Nobles prefer higher language power, clergy prefers liturgical language, commoners prefer the common language. And using the market language of our capital increases trade efficiency. So could I fuck up Bohemia even more by forcing them to speak Italian at court? They hate me in Bohemia. They've been our rival ever since the Guelphs and Ghibellines. Since the launch version of Bohemia was allowed to just steal as much land as they want. They're no longer as spread out as they were. But they still have 31 fucking vassals all over the place that they've been absorbing. And so they're basically an impossible standard to beat. So what if I force them? Where's the option? Imperial actions? Influence actions? I don't see a way to force them. Where's my great power, hegemon power, to force change court language? It looks like it's a diplomatic action. It's got the dove. Am I not able to change theirs? No diplomatic angle. Let's see, force? No. Can I force it on France? Nuh-uh. What about somebody smaller? Like Aragon? Can I do it on Aragon? Force change... Oh, it takes favors! Okay, but because we have Imperial actions, I think that's because we still have... Ugh! We got a lot of junk to clear out here. All these are part of the HRE. Okay, let's remove this from HRE. And then... all of this is still considered part of it, isn't it? Everything east of or west of here. Remove nice. We're not gonna help out our not too distant foe. Now that all this falls under the two Sicilies, the Emperor of the Germans has no say over here. Given how easy it is to remove locations from the Holy Roman Empire, why keep it in? The world's most distant cathedral. And even if I intend to sell these parts, still gonna pull it off. Ripping them off like a whole bunch of ticks. Okay, buddy. Oh, there's still a few more in my lands. Kunio, I thought I removed you already. Don't tell me it's an infestation and it pops back up periodically. Toasty, careful! You nearly bumped your head on the microphone, baby. Careful, little guy. What you looking for, Toasty? I refilled your water today because your dad refuses, so don't go after mine. You just being a cute little Toasty? A cute little Toasty Woasty. So. Well, there's one little bit over there that I missed, and all the rest are at least not in the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. Just one final tick to remove. Cool. So, let's go then. We got 2 months until these finish. That'll give me how many boats? That'll give me 32 heavy ships. And if I want the naval hegemon, I'm gonna need 40. So I need 8 more ships, 8 more heavy ships. Nine and 10, just to make sure. So in over a year, we should get that naval hegemony. 100 gold per month. Minting is keeping the inflation down. Still getting decent legitimacy. Prestige is going to be expensive to pull up. Put a 7.28. Val di Mazzara is at least only down to 0.9 now. Aquistian is over here. Over in Marseille, it looks like. Where proximity, they got some. Control is gonna drain eventually. There's no way it's gonna still be 90. Yeah, maximum control is 48. 48 is still pretty good though. That's not too bad for being so far away. They don't have a lot of food stuff here though. They got some fruits. Alright, I spent all my money. I'll build your RGOs later. I had to build boats first, you know, prioritize. Now let's see. Exploration to Quebec, Panama, and Kong. 8 months, 6 years, 11 months. And colonial charters all over the place. These amazing stats. So I have a couple of charters going here. 57%, 56. I read from somewhere on, was the Reddit or the Paradox Plaza, that having an ongoing charter in the same location as your colonial subject saps your prestige, because every time you have a charter there, it's based on your primary culture, but it's also based on their primary culture. And because they're your colonial nation, it's the same primary culture. And so every time you get guys over there, it gives them progress, and because they beat you to it, you lose 20 prestige each time. Hey, if I'm helping them fill out faster, all the better. Willem de Laura has okay stats. She'll marry an okay guy. Military hegemon bouncing back and forth between France and Bohemia. Andrew Carolee, my grandson. See, we set him for crown. But the rule is, because he is my son's son, he drifts from crown to noble up until his dad inherits. Which at 65 years of age, hopefully isn't too long from now. But look at this beautiful boy. Look at this beautiful man. 186.79. We'll have him join an Order of Chivalry by way of Hungary, our dearest friend. Giving him Order of St. George. 0.03 monthly prestige, 15 martial military ability, 1 extra diplomatic reputation. Would you look at that? He did indeed get 15 military ability. I had my doubts, but it's actually there. Who's this jerk? Our ruler's son, Andrew Philippe. This is our third cousin. He's considered burgher. Clergy's got 80. One guy who represents the crown poorly. That's alright. We'll replace this guy. Takes 5 stability, got 7. Yeah, I think that's fair. Alright, I cannot immediately add nobles to the cabinet. They could end up becoming nobles during inheritance, but it turns out they drift away from being immediate family, and so they switch from crown to noble. But I cannot directly put one in there. And I do believe I've forgotten to marry my grandson off. He deserves a phenomenal wife for his phenomenal stats. So he shall marry 99, 84, 96 Diana Ubaldini. Now, as far as Higwe goes, Higwe was here, right? There's also debug map mode. Size shows a location in terms of how large an area it covers on the map. Okay, it just gives numbers for it. Graphical culture colors each location by the color of its dominant culture's graphical cultures. South Italian graphics, South American graphics, Iroquois, That's pretty cool. Amazonian. Maghrebi. Amazi. Maghrebi. South Italians. South Italians. North Italians, Occitans, Catalans, Castilians, Basque, Portuguese, French, Dutch graphics. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna post a little screenshot to somebody else's Discord server. There's not a funny enough joke to put to it. No rivers though. You need a lot more than the debug menu to open the rivers map mode that shows you where rivers actually are located. Currently, how does it work? Is it downstream that you get more control and upstream you get less control? Where people argue, no, that's dumb, because rivers go two ways. You should have control both ways for rivers. Let it join Havana, and then France is gonna be unhappy, because it turns out France has stuff over here. Napoli, the best place to meet? Our share of the world. Prosperity in Napoli increased by 5 if we do it here. Go to their capital in Paris. We get more outward. Outward can currently only go as far. 0.00 each month. So we can't make any changes towards outward natively on its own right now. So, we could do more centralization. We could go to Paris, meet them on their turf, gain more outward state, which will give me some worse cultural tradition, but better power projection, better diplomatic capacity, monthly colonial migration up, subjugation preference modifier. This is AI stuff, those modifiers. Grand colonial authority. -0. Oh, this is kind of towards inward each month. We're technically still decimal inching towards inward. Grand colonial authority gives outward. Settled colonies gives outward. And feudal de jure laws give inward. Feudal de jure law. What would that be under? Administrative or estate? Feudal de jure law. Basically, it's peasant estate satisfaction slightly better and progress towards inward, or by blood, the king is the emperor in his own kingdom, gives faster integration and progress towards outward. So I might want to change our feudal de jure laws. Via di Chiesa is in Sardinia, gives us decentralized. Paraguana, we lose a whole lot of money and become more decentralized. Nah. Let's meet in Paris. to get some more outward. Mediocre stats. So, currently, I'm allowed everything basically in the Americas. And France gets everything in the Old World. I'm going to push to settle treaty. It costs only 15 religious influence because this is going by way of the Pope, right? We're all like, well, this is great new world. Well, let's split it in half. In terms of Christendom, we will take this half of the new place. You would take that half of the new place. Claiming an area costs prestige, and Paris apparently has so much prestige. So I'm just going to push to settle. Monzoro is the origin of the line, and Monzoro is where? Over here in Brazil. So they get a little bit of Brazil, and that's it. Everything else is mine, damn it. Naive relative, Andrew Catalin. Philip's girl. Lose 5 prestige and she dies. But she's not set to inherit anything, so it doesn't matter. She literally does not matter. 10 years of worst counter-espionage. Or lose 5 prestige. Well, Catelyn, located in EU Oueste. You think you could hide from us on the Adriatic coast? Yes, YouTube, I'm still here. It hasn't even been an hour of stream, YouTube. What are you doing? How could I check my current counter-espionage? Is there a way to see what my current counter-espionage is? Decaying until the end of the game, destroying the heretical autocephalous patriarchate. Would it be anything down here? Would it be in diplomacy? Diplomatic capacity is at 9.39, reputation of 7. Ongoing diplomacy, but it wouldn't have our counter-espionage on this page. Power projection is 30. Diplomatic range is 1650. Diplomatic capacity. Military, would you have counter-espionage here? No. Fort limit of 54, that's so expensive. Geopolitics, we know 32% of the known world, that's pretty cool. Colonial range of 3,350. Population is looking very sexy right now, 8 million. Where would it be then? Assimilation rate is nearly -20. Communalism is giving a penalty to migration. 1,284 characters. Promotion speed of plus 74.39%. Let me see. EU5, checking counter-espionage. Hey, MP83, what an actual NFT! If you go to the ledger, the bar graph at the top right corner, go to modifiers and see your counter-espionage modifier. No, that's not the ledger. Which one's the ledger? Agenda, hints, Europedia, find, and ledger. Where were my modifiers? Crown power gives a plus 135% crown power. You stumbled on a special warp in Penguin Adventure. Is this what you want an actual NFT of, MP? I still have your previous Nasu over here. Only guarantee is life is death, kid. You haven't decided yet? Alright, well I got my pencil, I got my NFT paper, which still has the Mickey Mouse ears Nasu on it. When you know what NFT you want, you let me know. Where's my counter-espionage? Should be an icon of a man with a cloak. Counter-espionage is currently at 15.88%. Centralization and noble estate satisfaction. So that's the reason you want to keep your nobles happier, is for the counter-espionage. Konami game with secrets within secrets? Sounds like Konami back at their peak. Man, you know, it blew my mind as a toddler that, wait a minute, you put in buttons like this, and you get 30 lives in Super Contra? And of course, being a toddler, you tell me how to do the buttons, and I can't do a simple up, up, left, right, down, down, whatever. And say, oh man, this is too hard. Whatever. It's one relative. Let's go ahead, allow the agents to deal with her. I'm not going to risk my counter-espionage. Counter-espionage means if my counter-espionage gets too low, then my kids will start dying to more hunting accidents. Land of Culture, higher artist cost. Apostolicae Servititus. Is that one? Or is the vote already done? Yeah, they're just saying they've passed it then. Silly retro achievements for beating the game with the shortest route when there's an even faster one. Huh. You know, philosophically, I have to wonder. Is it better then that the retro achievement should include this new secret? Or is it better for the achievement to mostly cover normal expectations and a few secrets here or there, but big secrets like that are layers upon layers of secrets should be not the domain of achievements, but the domain of people who seek them out, know about it? I guess that's the question, huh? Like, not all things need to be an achievement. Some things could be cool on their own. If it weren't for the site, would it be stumbling on these? That kinda makes you wonder, doesn't it? How many other retro secrets have been hidden away for decades? Nobody knowing because they haven't gone back to some ancient... Shifts the line. Speed the ratification and entry into force the Treaty of Paris. Expanded their colonial claims to the area of Mirim. Okay, where's the line now? We still get the parts of North and South America that I care about. I don't have the prestige to claim a conflicting area. We don't have enough. Oh, see, I shouldn't have gotten the extra cardinal seat. Then I'd have so much ammo to push the treaty settling. Hey, Hordian. Fushigi no Yumi and Alice had plenty of secrets to discover for decades? Exactly. If you ever make a game, you're hiding a pic of my face as an Easter egg. Oh, Hordian. It's gonna end up being some other kind of secret that people discover. And in 20 years from now, when the replacement of YouTube gets settled in, I'll be like, oh my goodness, this random picture of this clown's face was necessary for the game to work. When modders removed the picture, the game ceased to work. Another girl from Gun Makai, this time with the feathers. Speaking of which, Hordian, now that we've entered the colonial aspect of the game, France, of all people, have decided to colonize Brazil. We're getting a French Brazil in this reality. Another girl from Gun Makai, this time with feather. Okay. Now you know that my drawings of people are normally quite garbage-y. Well, let's see if I could find a suitable reference to work off of. Do I do something funny or something serious? What I should do... Let's see. Library... Writhing anime girl. The Steam discussion forums are still having a normal one. Where was it? End card thread. External site. Alright, alright. Gonna get me some references. Music got kind of in warp there. Here, that was one for a second. Okay, alright. I think I got a suitable reference going. NFT redemption killing the stream, is it? Hold on. Here's my OBS. No, don't scare me like that. The bitrate's still good. Still 5,000, 0 drop frames. That's a miracle. Alright, so. What to do to make it funny though? I could just draw. But it has to be something, yeah? Oh, I have an idea then. I have an idea. Okay. Let's put this over here. Put that. over there. How should I pose this? I'm making this more difficult for myself needlessly. Alright. I think I see how this is gonna be done. Do a little something like this. Yeah? Because you gotta have one arm going like that in this profession. Give a bit of a shoulder there. A shoulder down to elbow. But it should be whipping up this way, though. If you consider the narrative of the piece. Whipping up like that. She'll be standing as such, and looks like she's got a little bit of that going. Oh no, MP. At this angle I'm drawing, the feather is on the unseen side. That's okay. We'll draw them flaring out like this. Right. And then. Alright, MP? You wanted a girl from Gun Mackay NFT with feather. So, this one I tried to base more on the light novel appearance, so it might not look as chibified as the art in the game. Let's turn this off, turn this on. Ah, so big! So here you go, MP. You ready? You ready for your new Girl from Gun Mackay NFT? Now again, I'm not great at drawing people, alright? So you can't be too mad. She's fishing. She's dressed more in her Amazonian garb. Kinda sloppily, but you know, it's all like grass skirtage, fur on her cuffs. Actually has the feathers in her hair now. And she has ripped the fish boss out of the water. There you go. Enjoy it. This situation, I'm sure, is going to be annoying this Treaty of Paris. Never focus, you can't show it to Mr. Tets. Aww. Alright, let me see if I can get a more focus for better focus for you. Come on, camera. What if I change the lighting around some? There. There you go. Better focused? How's that? There we go. It's finally become sharp. Increasing each month by 0.5. I don't have any Origin of the Light is now Tubiba. It looks like Tubiba is probably further inland than their original landfall. Man. Thanks, Hordian. I tried to base it off of the end boss. What was it? Was it stage 3 or stage 4? I can't remember. It's 4, right? Because it's partway through the game where the river gets really, really difficult. T for 2, 2 for T, nah. T all for me. More kids to marry off. This guy's got okay diplomacy. Let's go ahead and marry him off to Adelasia Sevilla then. Somebody's gotta. $400 monies. Let's see what to do with my 400 monies. I gotta put more food for these guys because they're kind of hungry over here. They got fruit. They're maxed on fruit here. Not quite maxed on legumes yet. We'll get all their fruits in over here. Beeswax are maxed. Wheat they're not. And I bet you... What the name of Japan's obscure games is that? Hordian! Hordian, do you not know the girl from Gun Mackay? A rather excellent throwback to MSX games. Were you supposed to? It was your homework, Hordian. It's pretty fun. I streamed it for a little bit. For mostly a couple of days, right? I didn't put too many big streams into it. Once when it came out, and again to discover secrets. When am I going to play La Mulana? Well, I'd have to have La Mulana first, and I don't, so ha! They already got 3 fishing villages here. What about farming villages? They can do farming villages. And what other good sources of food? Irrigation? For local food production up, they can do irrigation. That's food production and population capacity. Do I care too much about that? I could also give them granary for more food capacity up. Sheep farms give wool, and wool give a decent amount of food. They can do sheep farms. But I'm out of money though! Why do I feel, Hordian, that this is a trick? Hordian, even if you gifted me La Mulana, I likely wouldn't get to it for a good long while. The fact is that I would have to try to fit it into the stream schedule, right? And I'm already sacrificing so much at the tail end of this year to going through EU5's release. For so many years, I envisioned that one of these days in a wintry season, I would do like Undertale and Deltarune because I loved Undertale, and it's worth revisiting the friends 10 years on, and I've only played the first chapter of Deltarune, might as well catch up. But because this winter is very clearly devoted to EU5, that's gonna get pushed back another year. And then the sequel to Long Live the Queen finally came out. It came out on the 21st of last month, and somehow it completely passed me by. And so that's definitely got to be on the schedule too. And then there's also real life stuff. I gotta make room for real life stuff. And that's less time for doing game things. Of course, it's rather bad enough that I've been holding off on real life stuff for so long. Every year is like, alright, the goal is to stream less, so that here comes 2025, and it's probably the most I've streamed in a while. Who could I interfere on? Bohemian-Mecklenburgian War against Bohemia. It was currently Mecklenburg, Brema, Hesse, Lower Bavaria, Teutons, and the Baltic to take the Mecklenburg Lake Plateau. Do I care enough to get involved with them? Romania is finished integrating. Okay, who else do we have to... We got assimilate area now as a cultural hegemon. Promote our culture over a larger area of the country at once. That sounds mighty powerful. We could start assimilating all of Tunisia, all of Maghreb al-Adna. That's some pretty big areas to start integrating too. Nah, we have to integrate these areas first. Integrate province. The ones we're currently not integrating are Mantua, Modena, and Venice. We're doing Ferrara, Reggio. Let's do Modena. 38%? No, 1.94. What was I doing? More sheep farms? There. And while I'm here, I am not, in fact, subsidizing all fishing villages. Subsidize, subsidize, subsidize. And sheep farms will do the same. Because it's cheaper to subsidize these farms and villages than it is for them to buy food. Selling of indulgences. As soon as the gold in the casket rings, the rescued soul to heaven springs. The practice of promising absolution from earthly sins in return for money has been highly favored among Catholic followers, or at least among those with money to spare. They are forgiven for all their sins and are not even required to give up their vices. However, this practice has raised eyebrows among Sicilian clergy who are uncomfortable with the idea of the Pope enriching the Catholic Church in such a manner. Instead, they claim that Christians must show true repentance or their sins are to be forgiven. And as far as my upbringing goes, that's how it's supposed to be. Confession doesn't work if you're not actually contrite and in such a state of remorse that you recognize what you did is wrong, right? You can't just be like, well, I've sinned all my life, I'm on my deathbed, hey Padre, forgive me? Thanks, cool. You know? As far as what's taught goes, that's not exactly how it works. As Queen Eleonora di Barcelona grows older, the disputes on the matter grow more personal. She has sinned, just as every queen must to keep the rule secure. How best, then, should she acquire forgiveness? A donation to the Pope, $940. Indulgences are the easy options. Repentance is better. Lose 10 influence. Oh, man. At a time when I kind of need what little influence I have. I've only got 10.14. France is gonna steamroll all over me. Oh, well. I can't afford that much. That's 10 times what I have. That's 9 months worth of income. Repentance is better. Colony of Ajukru? It's finally filled up. It's taken us long enough to fill it up. New colonial subject. They'll be giving me pearls. Another source of pearls. One more month and Quebec is done. We got colonies going over here. Yeah, that really is working that way. Every time I put guys out here, 142 coming out. And because my primary culture is my colonist primary culture, all my progress is becoming their progress. So I should stop this one before I lose 20 prestige over it. They've got all that filled out. I'm doing my part of increasing their colonial space. Now it's just beeswax, maize, lumber, and cotton that isn't under their control. Lumber, fiber, cotton, beeswax, fruit. They got all the important stuff in them. Now, in Hispaniola, they got some other good stuff here too. Gold, chili and fruit. Would you giving it to me mean that I would play the game? Hordian, I want to stream less is a problem. Not tomorrow. Next year's gonna be 2026. When January comes around, I'm gonna be 39 years of age. I want to do one of two things. I want to either get back onto my teacher credentialing that I put on pause for a bit because of COVID and then several life disasters happened. And failing that, I might want to go back to plow or something. I gotta think about my future right now. I have given. Let me see. Let me open something up here. I have given so many good months and so many good years to streaming some excellent game and some very not so excellent game. I see you there, Just Cause. And so, I do need to put things on a pause for a bit eventually and at least start getting some questions asked with things. I've given plenty of allowances towards trying to see certain stream projects through. And while I might not call it quits just yet, I do have to start turning the nozzle on the faucet at some point. $39, wait a lot of work. Yeah, I'll be I'm pretty babyface. That's one of my advantages. But the continued progress of time waits for no man. Managua would give them wild game, beeswax, lumber, fish. Some gold over here. Jaragua would give them cotton, fruit, chilies in Jaragua, fiber crops, dyes in fish, salt and stone. It's a shame that the high value stuff aren't more consolidated. There's chili here too. Chili with cotton with wild game and fish. Hey Onyx. You finish your lunch, Onyx? Let's put a colonial charter here for now then. We lack the money required, then no worries. A non-issue after all. I got all these bastards I gotta marry off. And no young debutantes waiting for him. You know, since the current treaty is still ongoing, I could put out some more colonial charters. Fish, lumber, sand. We got some ivory out this way. And the population isn't too big. Minus 139,000. Nah. What do you mean minus 139,000? I see a little bit of a dip. Some areas are losing hundreds at a time, that's just for migration. Yeah, they're just going elsewhere. I think the minus 139, is that from the colony joining elsewhere? They don't have that many people, so it can't be. Ivory right there, ivory over here. Let's get another colonial charter up. Can I not put one over here? Is it too far inland? Do I have to wait for these to meet up? Because we got one for Shun. But I guess it doesn't border enough inland to start sending folks over there. They got 66% in trying to build up Hambukushu. So it's still not gonna border. So I could maybe put one for Odenga first, but Odenga's got not too much of a higher population, but they do have some higher population in this area, which would make it more difficult or slower to colonize. But it's pretty slow going in Malingo. They're pretty low there. So I do want to go for Malingo next, I think. For my colony here. Quebec discovered? What have we got in Quebec? Because I do want to make landfall here too. Anything good? Medicaments, lumber, wild game, fur, lots of fish. Basically, it's going to be a fur colony up here. Some legumes. Which wouldn't be the worst. Mostly, getting control up here, for me, would primarily be about extending my naval range. If I had ports over here, then with my naval range, that'll spread out and make it a lot more comfortable sailing across the Atlantic. How's the population around here? Pretty low. So where do I want to start? Lots of lumber here. Lots of fur and wild game up here. Fish and fur in this little tiny part. Let's do it here then. I'll start here, then spread around. Yeah, see, it went from minus 135 or whatever to plus 2,000. Napoli still has a lot. Let's keep sending them out from Tunis. Andrew Roberts and Andrew Lajos. Anybody for you guys to marry? No. $84 a month moving over. All these boys coming of age and nobody for them to marry. And what's next on the docket? Dia Gratia Rex. Estate satisfaction equilibrium, yes please. 10 years of them being slightly happier. Now who's unhappy? The nobles? Why are they so unhappy? Minus 45. And that's after finding some tech to give a plus 2.5 to everybody. Ugh. Though with money being as good as it is, let me see. Legitimacy is alright. Prestige is actually bumping up a little bit. I could maybe start increasing. Culture investment would improve my prestige a little. But it costs so much just to move the needle by 0.01. To get to 0.05, I basically have to spend 20 more. .02 is good enough for now. Prestige has basically become the new stability for the impossible stat that is really difficult to keep topped off. Not that there's more ways to boost stability, they gotta give you something funky, and that something funky is in Prestige. Building maintenance minus 117. Every new building I make. Tunisian Patriots with 100. They're up to 19.22 now, 19.52. They got 264,000 supporting, so that's when I definitely do not want to see fire. Venetians making progress, they got 46,000, that's also pretty harrowing. But everybody else, Piedmontese 400, Arpitan, 85 dudes I'll have to slaughter. 4,000 from the nobles, that's nothingness. They're mostly now in northern Italy and Corsica, tiny bit of Sardinia. 73 in the Alpians. Commoner insurgents. 356,000. Local unrest, lack of pop needs. When these places are integrated, the minus 50 from being conquered will disappear, so some of these might just drift away. Clergy insurgents too, 3,000 monks and nuns I'll have to slaughter. But Tunisian patriots and Venetian, I want to try to avoid. Eventually I will get +1 cabinet members. That's the next one. We got government reforms coming next year, next April. Then a couple years after that, cabinet seat +1. A fortunate peasant by virtue of the connections that he has made in our court, as well as some shrewd business decisions. The peasant Capitano Paolo Esposito has managed to amass a significant fortune that rivals even the successful amongst our burghers. Most are already assuming that he belongs. But is that really the message we should send? Congratulations, our burghers gained 4,252 bucks. Plus 10 towards plutocracy. We're making such very, very small progress towards plutocracy, 0.08 a month. What is currently at 31.61 towards aristocracy. 10 towards plutocracy would be huge. A rich peasant is still a peasant. 10 towards aristocracy, commoners gain 4,252 money. And 7 stability. The and 7 stability is a real tempting thing for me. But I gotta chip away at that aristocracy. I want more and more plutocracy. Noble power will weaken the less aristocracy there is. The court will cease to be so expensive. Do it. I want the stability, but I want to chip away at aristocracy. Congratulations. A rich peasant is the definition of a burgher. Kong now discovered. Now we haven't ratified. Now, Gotta actually explore to get there first. We haven't ratified the Treaty of Paris yet. So while currently France has all the lines over here, nothing says that I can't create colonial charters in this area yet. Owombo colony. My colony here is already trying to spread out to Odonga. Odonga's got a little bit of population, so it might take him a while. Salt, lumber, livestock, wild game. They're not going after the high value stuff quite yet. But I gotta send more explorers out. So, where to push now? We got Panama. We're still waiting for 5 years for Panama. I think I should look more around South America. I let France get the early in. Zimbabwe coast we could explore. I could also just steal Paris or France's maps. North Atlantic Ocean. Hey, Onyx. Careful where you're jumping around, Onyx. I got computer stuff here, baby. Where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go, Onyx? Are you trying to get under the mic, around the mic? What you doing? You got some goop on your eye, Onyx? Hold on. You feline herpes super spreader, Onyx. Which way you going? You're kind of looking around like you want to go someplace. Oh, you're wiggling onto the bed you go? You gonna take a nap next to your brother? See, that is what I've been wanting him to do. Every time he comes up to me, asking me to pet him while he licks my hand. Cats meant to groom each other. That is your role, Onyx. That is your role, Toasty. My hand is at a cat's tongue. I can't groom as well as you do. I currently have 3 diplomats. If I want to steal some maps... Steal map takes 40 spies. You know what? Let's do it. Will the spy network? French counter-espionage is 17.81%, or gives me a 17.81% penalty. 14.21 per year chance to discover spies above 25. Castilian counter-espionage gives me a bonus, but Castile doesn't have the maps that I care about. France does. France has tried a whole lot harder at the colonialism game and the exploration game, so Castile's maps are kind of pointless. Declare war on France, no casus belli? Nah. Maybe I should start some spies off on them. We could explore here, here, here is pretty big. That might give us a bit more coast. Atlantic, St. Helena area, South Atlantic. Andrew Carolee. My grandson who I want to inherit. He shall begin his career on the sea. So exploring this way, we should explore here too. Or maybe just go all full on for the south. Yeah? Try to get towards Argentina? That'd be plenty far away. That would take 22 months. That's not too much time. In fact, let's go all in. We'll explore Equatorial Countercurrent 2. Going off from Cagliari. Andrew Philip will explore here. We'll explore all the Atlantic, send everybody out. Preparation to last 416 days. And then my economy will be gutted. Because I have to pay to upkeep all of those explorations at once. Tunisian, Venetian patriots. Both are too high up for my liking. Maybe my next colonial charter should come from the Venetian area. Which is only this little location. That's the only place that has Venetians. Or at least it is province of Venice. They're all spread out over here though, culturally. All these guys being born, nobody to marry them to. And hey, one more month for my Carracks. One more month for the Carracks, and will that get me my naval hegemon? 48 heavy ships! The goalpost just keeps moving! Great Wu has 44 ships. I have 32 with a whole bunch in queue. France has 34. Diplomats exposed, bad news. 20 prestige! Really? Just 20 prestige chopped off for the fun of it. It really is a new stability. Not a penalty to my diplomatic ability, like my diplomats per month or a maximum diplomacy. Just chop off mine. You see that it was minus 12. It was minus 12 for a second. Ugh. They don't like you to succeed. Hey, hey, hey. The burghers are actually building paved roads. They have the ability to, but they've never done it before. Now that one guy has joined the nobility with 4,000 ducats, they've actually got enough money to build some paved roads. The only paved roads in the world are in me, Bohemia, and a few random parts of the little tiny Germanys. France expands their claim. to Paranayaba. Shifted the line. Speed the ratification. Things might have to start getting ugly with France eventually. Possible government reform +1. Okay. So currently, my lines are still here. My lines are still all the places I want to be. They haven't moved it so much that they started to encroach on my North American and Central and South American claims yet. But they probably will end up absorbing more Brazil into themselves. Oh yeah, +1 government reform. So, I could add one. We've got Royal Decree, more crown power. Estate satisfaction decay plus 2.5 in centralization. National assemblies. Parliament request issue support needed -5. Innovative and free subjects plus 0.10. Plutocratic ethos to try to squeeze out some plutocracy. Better parliament-based support. Aren't the only parts I care about. We could go Admiralty regime. Admiralty regime sounds plenty powerful to me. -15% Navy maintenance plus 0.10 monthly Navy tradition and progress towards naval 0.2. But it force changes our succession law to admiral election. The new ruler is elected from the leading admirals. In case no admirals available, Provisional Council will lead the state until a fitting cabinet member has been found. It could basically be choose your own ruler. If I only have someone who's phenomenal sitting on admiralties. Basically, whoever sits on boats is a candidate for who gets to be the next ruler. Going by who's got the best stats, I'm pretty sure. Years of age give a +1, and then score per administrative diplomacy, military ability gives a +1 each. Score for not being an admiral, -1,000. We could do more loyal subjects. Colony Owambo is currently at 43. There's a bunch of stuff here I don't care about that I just picked up from absorbing other people. Colonial range and a bit more outward. Conciliatory progress. Court of wards and liveries gives more noble power, more tax efficiency. But then aristocracy. It's tempting. I don't know if I want to lock myself into admiral election, because what if I have a daughter who has amazing stats, so I would want to become the next ruler, right? She won't be able to because women cannot lead. I'm sorry to say, they cannot lead armies, they cannot lead navies. We haven't had our Elizabeth moment. Traditional economies that unlock mining communities. More iron, more copper, more stone. 50 capital economy would give us bank ledger system. Trade maintenance cheaper means I won't be losing as much money on trades and could thus make more money on trades. That's a force multiplier for money making. And minus 0.10% monthly inflation means I could mint more money. 50 towards capital economy. I'm at 30.79. And cannot push any further than 21.12. So if I find more things that give immediate bonus to capital economy, though we could unlock bank ledgers. 50 towards naval, currently 18 and can't push further than 17.38. Navy maintenance minus 5, naval plus 0.10, and every coastal location minus 5% proximity through port, and plus 10% monthly development growth. I like harbor administration, so maybe we can do admiralty regime to give an extra 0.2 towards naval. That'll make it 37. Navy tradition is 0.03. Navy maintenance 0.05. Navy size 0.05. We could do it. Admiral election. Admiralty regime, our one major reform. And to trade it out, we would have to sacrifice 20 stability. I think I could live with that. We'll do an admiralty regime. Government reform where the ruler is also the superior commander of the navy. Where other states have a fleet, this fleet possesses a state. The trouble is that Croatia is in a personal union with us. And, they're not gonna be able to shift over to Admiralty, I don't think. How about I push to absorb Croatia next? And then that'll finish off our personal unions. They're small, so I don't see them taking too long to absorb. And there's all of my Atlantic stuff now. 1, 2, 3, 4 ongoing explorations to finish. 2 years, 2 years, 3 years, and 4. Look at that, more paved roads going. Who would have guessed all I had to do was give my burgers more money, and they could do all the road paving for me. Actual girl. Girl. Who's girl go to marry? William de Savoy, Andrew Robert. Lothar de Savoy has pretty phenomenal stats. This guy make a pretty good explorer of his own. I think what I'll do is that my family will get to be admirals. Andrews will be admirals if they have the stats for it. And then nobles could lead the armies. Diana. Get to play OK Cupid for everybody. How's our progress going here? 92% for Matapedia. Is it G. Robert? Oh, I got $1,000 I didn't even realize. Alright, hold on. Too busy marrying everybody else off that I wasn't paying attention. Have a couple of Andrew kids here who need marrying. Any of you my grandkids. I could have just rolled over them. These guys are not Andrews anymore. Andrew Lajos is already married. Andrew Robert, our grandson. Let's marry you to somebody halfway decent. There's not too many out there, so just marry Maria de Bo. And it's been about 2 hours of stream again. Albania dislikes me a lot. -30, Albania, what happened? So before we make any more decisions of what to do, let's put on the map of Sicily's domain, oriented as such. And then the song just began, and YouTube's like, You're watching? You're watching? Yes, I'm watching YouTube. And then I'll be back in a little. Catch you guys in a bit. Alright. Let's get back into the game, shall we? What have we got? 1,000 monies, that's right. 1,000 monies to spend. What to spend it on? I feel like spending everything on RGOs has been a reliable way to boost my economy more. We're no longer suffering like 20 gold a month, 2 gold a month. So if I just go to my goods in all markets. We'll avoid Sion for now. Sidori over in Sardinia. Got a deficit of laborers. They could work on that. Omatoko is over in the colonies. I'll avoid the colonies for now. Maxakustala. So I just go ahead and put 2 more to Catania. Yeah, max out their horses, or their silk, I mean. Salemi. Just going down the list seems helpful enough. I'm surprised Napoli said has more RGO. And that's it. I've spent all my $1,000 on just RGOs now. Yolanda di Orange. Isn't there another Anju that could use her stats? Anju Lajos? Use her stats, I say, which is kind of middling anyway. Katarina Diaki. We'll go by seniority rules. Emmanuel, you're the oldest. The oldest of the below 20s. Di Napoli, very cool name. I'm kind of tempted to take more of Aragon while I can. They're already kind of floundering though. There's not really much Aragon left. See, Aragon, you're no match for me clearly now. We got no Casus Belli on you. And no Casus Belli costs 21 stability. So I can't do too much with that yet. Careful, Onyx. Onyx, go find a place to be. You want to go up on top of the computer? Kicking my mouse and doing so? Alright, just be careful, Onyx. You're okay there, don't worry. And now you want to go from the top of the computer into the window. You can't just go across the desk normally. He was hoping he could kick my light from the top of my computer onto the Wi-Fi adapter again. Onyx has a contract. He's trying to destroy my bitrate more. Toasty. Toasty, you have water. I gave you more water this morning. I had 1 cup of water that I pushed up against the wall and put some other cups around it to discourage Toasty from drinking it. This morning I wake up, I hear him clinking around my waters, I look over, he hears me, he peeks out behind my chair. You know you're not supposed to, Toasty, no? You have your own water in the living room, Toasty. That is your water. You have so much water. You want to find Onyx? You see his silhouette at the curtain? You want to go join him there? Go ahead, Toasty. You going into the window or not, baby? No? Okay. Then where do you want to be, Toasty? Because it cannot be on my desk while I'm playing. Stool? There you go. Such buff shoulders, Toasty. Is that from all the petting I'm giving you? Integration process. Spy network is 14 already. Where's my construction site away for now? I don't care about keeping track of it too much. 40, 49, 19 for integrations. And how much longer until cabinet seat +1? June of next year. Andrew Robert, third cousin type. No debutante snuck out, so he's gotta wait. He's at the queue now. Oh, look at that! We got one little colony there. Matapedia. We got little coastal access. Now that we have a little bit of coastal access. Would you look at that? It's still violently red in the middle of the Atlantic. But we have a little bit more range now. If we had taken the Azores first... Oh, somebody died and cannot integrate Modena anymore. Ramon Di Balzo has 79, and because he's a burger, he's allowed to join. Alright, we'll empower the burgers a bit more. Two years. We have... completed the preparation, setting off for Atlantic, South Equatorial. Baby. A little baby. A little toasty baby. What you meowing for, baby? Have you gotten bored? You had your lunch? You had your cat nap? What is it now, little guy? Little shy guy? Little French fry? Oh, you want pets like this, Toasty? I hear you purring. You're such a cute little Toasty. Yes, you are. Mwah. You don't want to play so much right now, Toasty? You just want... you want the petting? Is this cat grooming hours, but Onyx in the window and not grooming you, so pets will have to do? Okay. Okay. You can get more pets, little Toasty. A little bit more pets. A little bit more regrets. That sound good, Toast? No drinking my tea. He was very keen on trying to drink my tea before. Big stretch, Toasty! How's the progress of our colonies here doing? Fiber crops and lumber. We'll have these guys work on it themselves, like they're doing here. They get a +0 per month. No migration could happen because no locations to migrate from with culture and religion greater than 1,000 populations. They got plenty of populations. 4,000, 17,000, 25,900. They just want to rely on my guys. More of a charter here. Going out from... Who hates me? Ferrara? Where's Ferrara? With their 1,004 or 149,000 people. Great pestilence has run its course unhampered. It has brought death and devastation to an entire continent without any care for morals or frontiers. Now, many once lush and vibrant cities lie deserted and decadent. What do you mean, many once lush and vibrant cities? I wish there were, but Paradox claims that there's nobody but society of pops all throughout North and South America. Kingdoms and empires are tumbling into disaster, ready to be killed by their enemies if there are any still standing. 5 towards spiritualist, man. Oh, well, the situation ended. I guess it went through enough of North and South America. And there's not really any around anymore that the situation is done with. Cool. Milan gets improved fortifications, or let the entire kingdom get 10 years of cheaper fort building cost. 50 years of +10 fort defense, sure. Hurry off. More girl to marry again. Could you guys just have all of your birthdays on the weekend? All at the same time. One little colony, little Metapatia. The game crashed. It just crashed on me. How far back was my save? I don't know when the last save was because it just straight up crashed. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to go to library, properties, launch options, remove debug mode so I don't have to get the purple text everywhere. I can't believe it crashed on me again. Hey, check this out. If there's no music, you get to hear. That's neat. The sound effect is based on what art is currently showing. This one is... Okay, that was quick at least. Quick to reload. If it's more of a warfare scene, you get lots of people yelling and shouting. Loading game resources in progress. If we're loading game resources in progress, then we're not done loading the game, are we? Autosave 1509, October. How far back is that? I wasn't doing too much at least. Well, I guess we'll wait for it to load and to cover my eyes from when the explosion goes off. Careful, Onyx. Why do you want to go up the computer, down the computer, to go in and out of the window, when you could just go across the desk, baby? You're a silly cat, Onyx. You're a very silly kitty. Alright, no messages there. What if I check up on my Pokemon? It heard Pokemon, it heard the competition, and wants to load before I play games. Yeah, 198 monies. Got all these expansions we're working on. 21 more months for Atlantic St. Helena. Alright, I'll just maximize the speed then. Andrew Roberts coming of age, just gonna have to wait. Oh yeah, Great Pestilence hasn't ended yet. Only, well, in my country, 11,000 deaths. Afflicted locations is 0. Francois de Savoy. You're new. A guiding bird. The monotonous sailing of Azo di Trevento in a ship in the Atlantic South has remained unchanged for a while, with no weather changes nor any alteration to the appearance of the surrounding sea. The crew was starting to question whether they are actually moving at all. In the last sunrise, those on deck were surprised to see a seagull flying over the vessel, seemingly trying to guide them to the nearest land. Some of the crew say that it is an obvious indication of the presence of land nearby, and want to alter course of the ship to follow it there, to break the boredom at least, if not to resupply. Follow it for 0.49 progress lost, but they gain 7 money. Seagulls go out to sea to die, right? Lose prestige, but gain progress. This is the Atlantic South. They got 2 years to go. They're only going to lose 1 month of progress, that's it. Either lose 1 month of progress or gain 1 month of progress. Best to follow it, break the monotony, resupply to the tune of 7.72. Got our colony spreading here, but nothing in Kwangali yet. When we get Kwangali colonized, Great Pestilence is done. Then we can start colonizing the Umbongo area. Ani South, they're going every place but Kwangali. And another guiding bird. This one for Atlantic South Equatorial. Alright, follow it some more. We're already trying to improve our commoner situation. Spend over 10 months of income Or just make commoners unhappy for a little bit. Easy toasty. My cats are so mobile today. Where you going, Toasty? Let me get the phone out of your way. And move the keyboard a bit so you could walk around. Where are you trying to go, baby? You're slinking around, Toasty. You're trying to sneak up on Onyx? Is it just my imagination, Toasty, or does your fur feel a little bit more bristly for a short-haired cat like you? Did you see somebody outside? I don't see anybody outside, Toasty. Right, noble to marry. We have a noble over here. Swahili and Bantu. That's pretty cool. He had a spouse, but she's dead now, 4 years ago. Countess Tarai. Countess of Bambao. Oh, that's cool. Bambao wasn't one of my countries. So this is a foreign ruler's consort who moved over. That's neat. Andrew Robert, third cousin. Okay, we're married third cousin. Jean-Frédéric, on the slow side. So what if I pair together some of my older people off? Characters, sort by male, not married, adult, Alawi Nizwamani. How about we marry you off to, let's see, you're 45 years of age? Your lovely wife has departed 4 years ago. We'll let you marry Thomasine van Loon, Wieneke van Kamerziek, are both close to his age. Better administration, similar diplomacy, similar martial. We'll marry him off to Thomasine. How about women who can marry and who might not be all that old yet? Nobody in their 30s or 40s? Really? Alright. So it's just a sausage party in our court. How about, I got the money, more RGOs, more goods to fulfill in every market. Let's diversify some. How about tin? Bit more tin. Alum. Maximize amount of Volterra. Wool is also food. Max it out. And there goes my muns. It crashed again! Is it just crashing at the same date every time then? Because that's the thing that some people have problems with. This could be the end if it crashes at the same date. EU5 error occurred when launching or running. Okay, now do it. EU5 crashes same date. What's up, Mason? Also happens in other Paradoxisms from time to time. Only way to fix it is to load an older save and speed 5 to the date to see if the crash happens. If not, you can start playing it. Exact same error code. Something about hegemony checks failing. Something else happening each time I run into the crash. Autosave 3 years earlier. All it did was push the crash back 1 week, but it still happens. Phantom countries that for some reason end up with blank 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 as their tag. Reloading back several years, no luck, where this 100-hour save might be dead. Let's see. Game crashes around the same date no matter what in the bug report forum. Load a different autosave, change certain actions, lower settings to minimum. Taking crash reports in bulk, prioritizing fixing the most widespread crashes first. Seek out community-created solutions, thanks for your patience and understanding. Turning 3D terrain off map. Turning 3D terrain off made the game stable. Might have found a temp fix. Reports in bulk. Reloaded some years back and it disappeared. Sucks to lose a progress though. What could it be for? Lajos here is still considered a bishop. I'm gonna hold off on buying more RGOs then. Robert, or marrying folks off. Follow the bird. Follow the bird. So, January 1st of 1510. Let's put another save. It'd be a shame if this does end up being terminal, because I do like the progress I made. Maybe I'll simply have to go back into the save editing to see if there's something that got tangled up. We haven't even formed Italy yet. 8 locations left to go. Do I take it from Ferrara? With their 31 locations. Do I take it from Milan? With their 20. The Papal States is 19. I could attack the Papal States. We got 28 favor with them. We got 28 favor with them. So we could do... Where is it? Isolate from allies. They're allied to Savoy, Aragon, Lorraine, and me. Could isolate the Pope from Savoy. Break alliance. Will give us a truce, though. Break an alliance gives us a truce for like 8 years or so. But because we have so much, we could ask for money in 4 more years. 4,700. Ferrara, we got no truce anymore, right? We do. Until the next 3 years from now. County of Sion. Has no heir, because he's got no kids. What if I just release him? What if Sion is a problem? Unhappiness among commoners, rule as we see fit. Few people coming of age. We'll marry you off to Ramon de Lara, somebody older, Royal de Savoy. Another girl coming of age, 28th of January. Filippo. Mantua and Venice need work. First of March. Hey, Toast. Pretty little Toasty. What time is it? 1:46? Has your dad gone off to work yet? Hey, Toasty. Toasty. My younger brother is going to Japan this Christmas to spend time with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's son. Which means that Mr. Oh, I don't like cats, I'm allergic to them won't be there. You want to go to family Christmas, Toasty? You want to go to family Christmas? Now that nobody's too allergic to cat dander? Which is pretty funny because nobody else in the family is allergic to cats. You don't have much schmutz in your eye today, Toasty. You're okay. Look at how big you've gotten. You were such a tiny kitten when you first moved here, Toasty. One of the first couple of days you were here, I couldn't find you at all. I tore the entire house apart. Living room, boyfriend's room, my room, searching the closet, searching under the bed. I couldn't find you, Toasty, remember that? I was about to run around the apartment complex, knocking on doors to see if anybody found a white kitten. And then I hear a meow and see you crawling out from under the bed. Where on earth were you hiding under the bed and shining a light in there? Couldn't even spot you. Hey, Toast. Onyx coming in for the door? We're reminiscing, Onyx. Remember when you were tiny? When you and your dad first moved over? And you were just as playful and energetic as Toasty is? Flying over the bed when I play with the cat toys? They're good kids. Discord notification, who's this? I'm a bit hesitant to advance the game because we are going to crash at the same spot, but I don't want to see it crash at the same spot because I don't know how to fix it if it crashes the same spot each time. The 1st of March. We'll put this save as oopsie whoopsie testing. We have to crawl on our hands and knees to get through this. 2nd of March. So, it crashed in the middle of autosaving. What if I turn autosave off then? If I turn the autosave off, then maybe it won't crash when trying to save. Yeah? No save, no crash? Yeah, with the music off, it's just a lot of chaos. Trying to match the sound of the scene. So what do I look for that? EU5, crash on autosave. Crash during autosave, EU5. Crash upon autosaving. At least it's not during all saves. There's something going on during the autosave. I don't know if it's just me, but my game crashes very often during autosaves. What I notice, it crashes every time I click or press a key while the autosave is running. Naturally, this is very likely to happen since it occurs during gameplay. As a result, I crash roughly every other year. If I disable autosaves or forget to manually save every few months, and then lose my progress during other types of crashes. Started happening to me yesterday, 23 days ago by the way, so this is several hotfixes ago. Made the game unplayable, kind of weird, since the game ran smoothly up until the 1620s. Didn't somebody say that there was a setting that they did that made it more stable? Something about 3D mapping or something. Disable 3D terrain. Applies on restart. Well, let's go to oopsie whoopsie testing. Any new Gmails? Nah, nothing new. Karaoke versions, only told me about a new, not really new, but a Steven Universe song they put out. Okay. Hey, cool, is that art? I'll toss a like on that. Let's see what I do. If I go to game. Autosave interval. What's the difference between never and do not autosave? If I just set it to do not autosave, and then we advance past the 2nd of March, because the 2nd of March is where it crashed last time. Nope, it's 2nd of March. So the 2nd of March is just when the game crashes now. It could be. It could be the end of me. What I press? I somehow enabled Steam Big Picture mode. Get out of here. Fuck off. Does it have to be a button next to the minimize button? The 2nd of March. That's rough. So it's not about the autosave. Autosave isn't the problem. It is a on the same date crash. Oh. Problem solved. Crashing date on this crashing game with the same date, but it's EU4 in 2022. EU4 again, get out of here. Game crash consistently the same date. Is this gonna be another... Oh, threads deleted. No, I'm just logged out. Log in. No, threads deleted. Update BIOS to make EU5 work? This is just a keeps crashing, disrespectful to people spending their money thread, so nothing specifically about crashing on the same date. Just people posting their specs. Game crashing since... Well, the two things I found for crashing on the same date is either go back a few years and boost on through at speed 5 to see if you can get through it, or one person suggested disabling 3D terrain for more stability. I don't know if they meant in general because it wasn't a thread about crashing on the same date. Maybe it worked for them. That's a thing that updates on restart, so we'll do that. Save, quit, go on in. Though I do wonder, there's a bug where if you start a new game, the culture and religious makeup of the map will reflect the previous game we were playing. So if you were playing a game where a lot of Europe had different cultural shifts... What's up?
This is soup you made last night, right?
What?
Soup you made last night, right?
Yeah, all the soups in the fridge are soups I made last night. The big box is the one that I intended for Jesse.
Oh, okay. I'll get the bit.
So, like, if Europe has a lot of cultural shifts, or if there's a lot of colonization in the Americas, you start a new game, 1337, and all those cultural shifts and all the French and Catholics or whatever else in the Americas are going to be the exact same place, unless you disable delete a specific file in the, what was it, the app data or someplace, wherever it gets saved to. You delete that, and then the game returns to its default starting state. Which makes me wonder if maybe could be something like that. Like maybe there's some cached information that is corrupted or incompatible, and if I delete some cached data, then we could proceed smoothly. We'll see if we could advance beyond the 2nd of March with 3D texture whatever turned off. It's allowing me to load while loading game resources and progress is in progress. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash my computer. Okay, I can cap lock on, cap lock off. But I can't alt tab now. We're kind of just frozen here, sitting in limbo. Sitting in limbo when I'm all caught up on Blue Sky. So what am I supposed to look at if there's nothing else to look at? While we wait for this thing to manifest through. There we go. It's finally forced its way through. Cool Shantae art, put a like. Bow 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 bow. Ba-da-da-da. Bow 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 bow. Man, you can't click on messages on a new pop-up ad coming in. Bump, 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 ba-da-do-ba-do-do. Do 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 do. Put me all the way down here. Okay. The 1st of March, 1510. The 2nd of March, it normally crashes. We turned off 3D textures, which seemingly keeps me in permanent paper map. Terrain default, political. Now there's no difference between political and terrain map mode. Some EU4 players love just keeping paper map on all the time. Coming off of CK2, I like seeing the land as is. Which is funny when I was streaming CK2 ages and ages and ages ago. And, you know, I had the terrain map on because I want to see the forests, I want to see the rivers, I want to see the world. And then some guy came and was like, hey, press this button. And I knew exactly what he was memeing about because that's the button that turns on the terrain map mode. That's the shortcut, or the political map mode. So instead of forests and mountains, you just see flat colors everywhere like this. Look, some of us are pretending that it's not a map painting game, alright? Sure, I like to zoom out and then press the map mode to see my colors everywhere. But sometimes I want to see like the big people walking across the mountain, marching through the forest. Nope. 2nd of March still crashes. An error has occurred, and the application quit unexpectedly. How far back am I going to have to go now? This calls for music, but not triumphant EU5 music. Okay. Let's see what I can do to troubleshoot this. So it turned out that disabling 3D terrain did nothing. I didn't expect it to. And setting autosave to never also did not work. It won't let me click the autosave interval. Maybe the autosaves are broken. See, I can't change it. Let's quit and come back in. Toasty, should we have named you Null instead? A white cat who is secretly a dragon? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay, let's go back in to confirm. We'll go back in to confirm that it still crashes, even with the thing set to whatever, right? Drop back down again, I expected you to. Market go up, market go down, but people want infinite up. Infinite up is just impossible. That's a pretty big loading tip right there. Hey, Toasty. You want more pets, Toasty, while it's loading? You want me to pick you up and hoist you on my shoulder, little guy? Or do you want to walk on my shoulder instead? This is my pirate parrot. Okay, so here's a confirmation. With the setting, without the setting. March 2. Get out of here. So. The only other thing that I have seen that there is to try right now, as far as what has worked for other people, is going back some years, which you could see, well, that might not be ideal, and seeing if speeding through at speed 5 fixes things. Got some Wonder Pick stamina to use. Does anybody have any good cards I haven't used yet? So, once this finishes loading up the menu, because loading finish doesn't mean loading finish in EU5. There's not really a point in getting me to the main menu faster if I can't use the main menu faster. Just keep me on the load screen, it's okay. I don't mind spending 1 extra minute on the load screen if it's actually loading the game. It's fine, don't worry about it, Paradox. I have confidence. No good cards for Wonder Pick right now. Okay. 1510, 1510, 1509, 1509, 1508. Let's go back to 1509. We'll go back 1 year. with this adventure through the launch version of the game to the 1.0.8 patch and all the hotfixes therein, you could see why I'm hesitant to do Iron Man. 0 out of an existing 50 achievements, despite doing so many things that I'm sure would be worth achievement. Because apparently this version of Paradox thinks that achievements are a competitive sport. Why'd I look into the flash? Alright, so we don't have our explorations going off, but we should. We're building exploration Atlantic St. Helena, preparing exploration South Equatorial and Cagliari. So we got explorations still ongoing. Cool. And our colony here, they're working on it. Okay. So, the only thing of note then that I would have done within the passing year is build a lot more RGOs and marry off some crazy kids. Let's see if 11 months back is enough to save us. How's the autosave setting right now? Still do not autosave? Okay. I don't think the autosave has anything to do with it, but I'm going to keep it on autosave, do not autosave for now. Just so I have the other autosaves to fall back on, if need be. Wish this bar would stay here if I lock it in once. How corporate and sterile do you have to be? I'm not even allowed to have my little toolbar down here with common map modes to switch between unless I elect for a button. It's over there anyway. How is it better to have it like pop up and down, wasting time, when it could just be there? Poor harvest. Okay. If it gets us past March 2nd, I'll take the poor harvest season I got no choice to pay money to. Guildhall? Burger Mansion in Milan? That's not a road. What are they building? Local burger power, local burger food consumption. Fuck yeah. And a guild hall I think is alright, isn't it? Local burger power double, but trade advantage 0.05. It's decimals. Decimals to get some trade advantage. They're also building paved roads, so I'll let them have the paved roads. Friendly dog, the Mutt's Mutter matters. They're not following the same seagull this time. Fair law for 10 years, tax efficiency. February. This is it. This is it. We got March 2nd coming up. March 2nd, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get through March 2nd. An error has occurred. The application quit unexpectedly. a crash report has been generated which could help us fix the issue at a future release. Tell us more about what happened just before the crash. Went back 1 year ago. Autosave. Speed 5 to March 2nd. Boom. Crash report was sent successfully. I hate to say it, but I think this might be the end of the campaign. I don't see how I would be able to resume from here if there's no advancing beyond the 2nd of March. Oh, Dark Sonata, I've just seen your 3-stream streak in chat. Enjoy the 350 extra bell peppers. So, do we call it here? Is this going to be the end of my release campaign for Europa Universalis 5? If I can't get through the 2nd of March, and if I don't know what else I can do, I'm thinking maybe if I drop down to a previous version of the game, but I don't think that would change anything. I don't see how it would. I guess the bright side is we got a lot of learning done through the game. It's just doing this so it could flash me a ton. Alright. Is there anything going on here that might be tripping something up? We got no rebels close to firing. No colonies close to completing. You hope all is well? It was going well up until now, Dark Sonata. Now they got some weird stuff going on they don't know how to fix. What if I cut Sion out? I can't imagine that Sion is doing any more complication. Is Eleanor set to die? What if Eleanor, at 68 years of age, is set to die? And there's still some lingering issue with Lajos having the title of bishop despite being a member of the crown, in charge of no church, and only heir to Croatia and 2 Sicilies. Could it be because I am supposed to die and that's what's going on? Is there some inheritance trickery that's going on the 2nd of March? Is that my death day? With the debug window on, it said we had a lifespan of like a life expectancy of 61, 62, so we're over our life expectancy. Could that be it? Could there be some kind of inheritance spaghetti? Let me see something. If I go back to PDX Unlimiter 3, and let's see. Lajos, right? Andrew Lajos. Your ID was 503-47442 according to my notes. So if I import these saves again, because one thing I could think of is that maybe... Let's see, these saves are from 1508. We're currently 1510. So I didn't import the correct saves. Select all, import. Oh, what? Does the importer not want to import them? Can't think of it that might be in there anyway. What if I exit out of here first? Which I could also easily do by just unpausing for a bit. Military theory, good news, 5 Army and Navy tradition. We're not gonna see this again now that we've used it up. Coming of age, coming of age. February. If prestige was something you could actually hold on to, I could just try abdicating and test that. The fact that Lajos is still mentioned as a bishop, when he's not set to inherit any bishoprics, he's listed as being part of the crown, and none of his kids or grandkids are members of the clergy anymore. So I could think maybe it involves that somehow. First of March. Alright, this is it. Countdown to the 2nd of March. See if releasing Sion does anything. I can't imagine why, but who knows. Oh. Nope, it's gone. Guess I'll open up the old PDX Unlimiter. Maybe now that the game isn't actually running, it'll accurately import the files I want. There we go, to Sicily's 1510-3-1. So let me see, maybe there's something like just popping out ideas, right? Maybe I die on the 2nd of March. Maybe I die on the 2nd of March, and there's still some residual from finagled inheritances that Paradox overlooked. And maybe that's what's causing a reliable crash at the same date? Air is Lewis, huh? See what I could find for him, for Lajos. Character database. Mari, Luis. Oh, I can't even open it here unless I save it in plain text first, or melt it. Okay. This save is forsaken anyway. Melt the poor thing. Still has a lock on the edit though. So I'd have to go into Steam, put in the debug launch option again, save the game with the debug mode on, then come back in, and it'll be editable in the edit menu. So, give me a sec. Gotta put -debug_mode. Excuse me. And the launch options in Steam first. Library, EU5, properties, launch options, -debug mode. Open EU5 in debug mode and make a save in debug mode. And while it loads, cute. Saw that already? Oh, that's in Discovers Why. I like that while What's Hot Classic might be a public fire hose of effluence, of rancid septic effluence, my Discover tab at least is nothing but art, 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 art. Chernobyl fungus appears to have evolved an incredible ability. Cool. It has melanin to harness ionizing radiation through a process similar to the way plants harness light for photosynthesis. Radiosynthesis, that's pretty cool. It's tragic that 99% of my interaction on Blue Sky is pressing the report for unlabeled adult content button. It is such a gamble, such a risky gamble trying to browse Blue Sky in public, because people refuse to simply put an adult label on all their dick pics and tit pics and cum shot pics. Why are you on my page, they'll whine? Because your page is public. If I go on Discover What Hot Classic, then it's gonna show me it, no matter if I'm having dinner with a family, driving down the road, or whatnot. Well, Guinea, why are you driving? I'm in the passenger seat, alright? I'm not speaking precisely. Oopsie whoopsie testing. Put the debug menu on, so the save could be more editable. Since the debug menu is on, I could test if it's an issue with some wonky inheritance. Console commands. Is there a kill command? I'm sure there is. Kill all units. Kill units. Kill character. Kill ID. Both kill and kill underscore character kills a character associated with an ID, so I'll just go the easy one. Queen Eleonora. Life expectancy of 61, you've pushed yourself to 68 years of age, and on the 2nd of March the game crashes. Is it because that is when I die? If I kill myself here... 49,516. Country is not valid. Okay. Kill character 49,516. 49,516. No, the inheritance doesn't matter then. I could die, and then Lajos inherits. Her late majesty committed suicide. Her evil deed shall be remembered for generations to come. It's as bad as CK3. They only remember the one cruel trait. They don't remember her good traits and everything else she's done. And so now his kids are all considered part of the crown faction, not clergy. Whoops. And now it cares about the education. The game, alright. The game froze when I hovered over better education. And I thought for a second, oh no, was I could actually crash the game. But let me test a little something while we're here. It is the 1st of March, I've killed off Mom. Second of March, still crashes. Okay, so the entire point of that was to get a save while in debug mode, which puts it in a state where I could where I could actually edit it in PDX Unlimiter. Okay, now the melted is there, so I didn't have to do that. It wasn't showing up before, damn it. But this one does. This is the save with the debugger on. Character database. And there's you over here. We could open this now. So tiny. Not seeing anything funky on him. What if I put... Countries, 2 lists. Dummy Dummy. Crow. Tuus. I thought maybe there might be something about Sion still being a problem for him. Character database here. Is 2093 mentioned in anybody's database? It seems like there's nothing tied to Lajos right now on it. Which is great, which is fine, as I like to see. 50347. Five oh three four seven 10 is not him. So I don't know. I can't think of what I'd look for in save editing should I want to do it. I could maybe try rolling back to the current patch, take it off the beta patch. Rule term manager? Nah, nothing about this. I don't think it's... Stumped. If I can't figure it out, then I think this does bring us to a rather anticlimactic end. Beta participation will go to none. One item queued. Hey, Expelled has some patch notes. What's Expelled in the queue for? Fix a bug where the best ending wouldn't always fire. Fix a bug where people could appear or disappear in some very specific cases. Thanks for playing, and check out our next game here. They're TR49. Anyway. If I press this update button, is that gonna kill Stream though? Stream doesn't like having game updates and downloads going on in the background. Update queued. Okay, EU5, let's resume this download. And we'll see how much Stream suffers for it. So far, the bitrate is not suffering for it. There it goes! We got how much longer? How much longer? 7 seconds? 4 seconds? 1 whole second to go? Oh, that it? That didn't kill my bitrate at all. Zero seconds remaining, but refuses to finish off the 100%. There it goes. If that's not EU5, I don't know what is. So I guess we could see if rolling back to a previous version helps. Let's make sure my debug mode is off because I just don't want the giant purpley pinky window splashing all over the place. Tobin's Peak music, where'd you go? The count's going, but the music stopped. I blame EU5. Checksum, question mark, question mark, question mark. Now this is gonna fuck up some stuff. We're going backwards in saves. Continue 1.1.1. 1.1.1. While this loads, I'm gonna check up some stuff on my phone. What kind of flag we got over here? Is that because we're going backwards and so... Okay. Going backwards doesn't work. Going backwards very doesn't work. Let's go back up then to 1.0.8. My saves can only go forward from 1.0.8. Back to beta 1.0.8, EU5 version 1.0.8. Update to 1.0.8. Let's see then. Distract myself for a bit. Well, this takes a few seconds to load and then a few minutes to load after that. No messages that I care for. Man, to think I used to be so pathetic in my 20s. Some person doesn't respond, and so they just keep on sending more messages, more messages, more messages. Oh, cool art. Now, I didn't fully corrupt my saves by going backwards to 1.0.7, did I? Alright, I didn't corrupt my saves. I've still got... We tried a year ago autosave. We could go all the way back to October of 1508. Shall we try 1508? Let's confirm. It's not gonna make a difference. It's still gonna crash. I've done nothing but change the version out, then change it back in. Maybe that'll do something. Maybe if I verify my game files, which definitely isn't stream friendly, because if I verify the game files, it's basically reinstalling the entire game to make sure it works, and I'm pretty sure that's among the things that people go, well, I tried that and it didn't work. Verify game files is basically turn it on and off again, except with a lot more bandwidth cost. This could be it. We could just be done here then. Alright. The only difference we've made this time is going back to 1.0.7, finding out that it makes this save branch completely incompatible with 1.0.7 because we've already tasted the forbidden fruit of 1.0.8, and then going back to 1.0.8, maybe something gets shuffled around in installing different versions on top of each other. New thinkers arise, research girls growing up, boys growing up. This is it. 9th, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we don't care about overnight because nobody fights at night. 2nd of March. Crashed. Released. No salvation for me. Let me see what the Reddit has to say. Maybe there's new discussions that haven't been aggregated by Google yet. Let me also check my task manager because things are looking rather sluggish right now. 26% CPU, 11% CPU, 40% memory. Just being momentarily chuggy. Reddit R EU5. Anybody else getting crashes on the same date now? Troops transporting is ridiculous. Is there a way to stop certain fleets from being used to transport my armies? Need the button back to allow or disallow which fleets can or cannot be used for auto transport. "300 years, and ex-France. Help, I'm struggling 5 minutes ago." CK3 player coming to EU5. See, at least coming off of CK2, I have some idea of strategy, right? So, putting 3 flanks instead of just a blob of Space Marines got me super excited. Coming off of CK3, these poor players are coming off the most koala brain of the Paradox games. They gotta study. Rebellions suck. Stop accepted cultures being converted to main culture. Antagonism. Hope your run is going well today discussion. Don't forget to jiggle your armies. That must be in reference to hitting the auto balance all the time, otherwise. How many times have my superior armies gotten gutted because they didn't auto balance? And so after a few battles they end up very lopsided, and lopsided armies are made of wet paper. Leave the Union, court flip the random people, vassalception. If I annex a vassal who has its own subjects, what's gonna happen? They become free or my subjects. Oh. I'm gonna put that in a new tab, because I got warnings for that one. It seems nobody else is really suffering the issue of crashing on the same dates. Well, we could go back 2 years. 2 whole years. And try to see if that fixes it. If going back 2 years doesn't fix it, I think we might be done. But first it's about 4 hours, right? So, let me get a little bit of a BRB first. Refresh myself a little bit. And then we'll see if going back 2 years fixes things. I don't want to go back 2 years, though. But I gotta to see if it fixes stuff up again. And as per tradition, if the issue is the game itself is being a dum-dum, and this time I'm going to count crashing on the exact same day as a dum-dum moment. That means we get to enjoy row, row, row your boat. We'll get the cascading Tabin Peak until I get back. Okay, let's give this one more try to see if we could fix this. 2nd of March crashes every single time. Going back to 1509 doesn't fix it. Let's go back to 1508. If 1508 doesn't do, then we're gonna consider this the end of the campaign. I don't want it to be, but until such a time as I'm allowed to progress the game, that I simply cannot progress the game. And yes, I am opening more tabs of Tabin's Peak to play on. It's a reflection of my mind state right now. Okay. The year is October 1st, 1508. Well, I guess the date is October 1508. Either way. Integrating Modena, Reggio Lombarda, Ferrara. So we still have some of today's progress. We got colony developing in Quebec. Built a bunch of early carracks. We don't have any explorations going out. So let's just get those going. Our young Andrew Caroly, who's gotten married. We'll send him out on an expedition. Atlantic St. Helena. We'll send out a Fogo di Trevento. Atlantic Equatorial South. Philippe. We'll go on one more expedition. South Atlantic. We could only set out from here. Set out from the Ania Market. Giovanni Assen gets extra progress. Alright. We got until March 2nd. Artisan Guild. What does Artisan Guild do? Burger power and production efficiency. Cool. For all buildings there, presumably. Hey Onyx, you're here to join the zaniness? Onyx. Pick a place to be, Onyx. Onyx, don't kick my mouse. We're getting government reform +1 still. There's all those boats I was making. Got the Julius Caesar, publish it abroad. And then we have 20. We can claim an area for 10. We still get more to North South America, so the line push doesn't matter too much. Just gives them a slight bit more Brazil. Government reform +1. What if I gave myself more government reform? Like if I actually used my government reform? It would take like 600 or so days, right? Still. Alright, next year. We got till next year. Colonial disaster. Lose 44 people, or lose 14 bucks. It's only 14 bucks. All these different comings of age. That's just stacking up. Birthdays, birthdays, deaths, birthdays. Okay, we're in 2010, 1510. Printing press gives research progress. March. When is this set to finish? April. So we can't, so it's not even the research upgrading. But let me think. The game counts the dates in terms of year, month, day. Year, month, day. So maybe if I go into the save editor and I look for 15, 4, or 1510, 4, 2, then I might try to find all the things you're supposed to fire or trigger on 15, 4, 2, 15, 10, 4, 2. Crash. Crashed. You know, on the plus side, we haven't had a single dropped frame today. Maybe that's a problem. The game's suffering because there hasn't been any frame drops. So let's see. 23 saves in here. I don't know about that. Okay, let me go to the 1st of March 1510 and see if maybe there isn't some weirdness that pops up on 1510.3.1 or point 2. Does anything happen on the 2nd of March 1510? Policy vote 1510.323. Deadline 1510.323. Oh. 2 and then 3. 25. That doesn't count. That's servers are there. 15. How about a character database? Sambor? 1510.322. Leader date of 1510.322. That hasn't happened yet, but I guess the game knows when it wants to do stuff. Hey Alexander, what are we fixing? The most terminal bug of all, Alexander. The game crashes reliably every time the clock ticks forward to March the 2nd of the year 1510. I've tried various things that may have helped, or that I hope may have helped, but nothing has so far. I've tried looking around at the debug mode, killing off my character if maybe it was some succession thing that was tangled up. I've tried looking through the save editor to see if there was anything apparent. I've tried going back a previous version, tried going back to the current version. I've tried going back 1 year, 2 year. But it seems like the 2nd of March, 1510, is simply a date that kills the game. It crashes every single 2nd of March of 1510, every single time. So character database, I don't think has it. Countries? Man, do I want to go through all of these to see if there's something funky about the 2nd of March 1510? That would take a whole lot more effort, and I don't even know if there's anything in here that actually matters. (1910.322). There's lots of things for 1510.322, but not for just 1510.32. So I don't know. I've dug too deep. The editor is no longer responding. Not satisfied with crashing the game every 2nd of March 1510, I'm now crashing the save editor too. Well, I think I have to simply face the music and accept the horrific fact that the game's probably just permanently stalled at this point. It's unfortunate because this is basically only half the game. This only brings us to 3/4 of the way through Age of Discovery. There's still what? Age of Reformation, Age of Absolution, Age of Revolution. Toasty, what you do to the window? Let me see. EU5. Crashed same date. I might have seen somebody mention a hegemon issue now and again. There's only so few topics about crashing on the exact same date, too. Above image from the crash log. How do I open my crash log? Because I don't get a crash log when the game crashes. If I had access to the crash log, that might give me a hint of where to look. According to this comment, the only way to fix it right now is reloading at least 3 years back and hoping it won't happen again. That's hoping. Happens in other Paradox games from time to time. The only way to fix it is an older save and speed 5 to the date to see if the crash happens. If not, you can start playing it. Get the exact same error code, but before that, I get something about hegemony checks failing. It's also something about citizenization disaster, China issue, maybe something happening in China when it crashes. There's something else happening each time I run it to let it crash. Let an autosave 3 years earlier. All that did was push the crash back 1 week, but still happens. Maybe it's not a date, but it's been the same date every single time. I have saves on the 1st of March and the 1st of January of that year. And I have autosaves going back every 6 months for the past couple of years. And so, I've gone back to March 1st, I've gone back to January 1st, I've gone back to October of 2 years ago. And on the exact same date, something happens. I know the date itself is not cursed, because something wants to happen. So that something is likely firing on the 2nd of March of 1510. But I have no idea what it is or why it's getting tangled up. November 7, 2020 time, 2025, might have found a temporary fix. Turning 3D terrain off made the game stable. Tried it, didn't work for me. Crash reporter can't submit crash is the problem. Well, we could always hope that maybe with a future hotfix, maybe we'll be able to play past the 2nd of March. Which is a real shame, because we made some pretty good progress in this one. And have learned many lessons of what to do and what to prioritize. But we've done pretty good. When the load finishes, we could show off the progress we made so far before the hand of God fell down from the heaven and said, no, you don't get to play beyond this point. Come on, game. Bisura Ali. Back of the window, Onyx is about to flashbang. So, even though we can't play past the 2nd of March, we took our little tiny Kingdom of Naples. We got to unite with Sicily. Put together a whole large amount of the rest of Italy. Even got to take Tunis away from Tunis. Athens is such an idiot. Athens should have had my protection. We gave them so much land. What do they keep doing? They keep picking fights. And so their lands get gobbled up by all the people they're picking fights with. They're my vassal. So I should be protecting them. But I can't do a thing if they're starting the fight, you know? Albania, we were working on getting opinion up, so we could start absorbing Albania into our country. Same with Croatia. I figure that once stability gets to 20, we could fight Ferrara again in a few years. And get 8 more land from them. And that is all we would need to form Italy. We were very, very close to forming Italy. We finally properly achieved great power status. Being number 9th great power in the world meant nothing. But being number 6 in the world meant we could finally be a cultural hegemon, because nobody else has cultural influence that matches the Italians. Naval hegemon we're working toward. We have 42 boats now, but the Great Wu keeps creating more boats. We know absolutely nothing about this side of the world, except that they have more boats than us. It's the only news we've been getting. Income, we definitely can't compete against. Would have to build up my at-home economy, and it's kind of been getting better. We got a tax rate in the 4 digits now. Look at that huge boost. That's because I've been finally figuring out that I want to build up more RGOs before everything else. Buildings help and other things help. Proximity with roads help and all that. But it turns out that if you have money, put money to RGOs really is the thing to do. The Reddit wasn't just memeing. Self-investing into RGOs really does just astronomically improve your income. Trade, by chance, we're doing a whole lot better with that. Seeing more green, more double digits in the markets I have access to and ownership of. The big money would have been taking my colonies here, especially Havana, where I've got, dude, so much tobacco, so much chili, so much cocoa. We've got our own source of amber here. We don't have to go through the Baltic areas anymore. So much tobacco, so much cocoa. And our colony over here, we got pearls over by Lake Maracaibo. And our colony in Adjukru has more pearls over here. And in our South African colony, we've got ivory, 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 and then more ivory to build towards, right? So, if we can get past the 2nd of March and start investing more into our colonies and practice the trade game more, the trade game is still a blind spot for me, that should blow my economy up. I'm talking huge boost the moment we get trade to work. When we get all of these New World crops, the tobacco, chili, and cocoa, and when we get more pearls from my own people, more ivory, it's gonna be through the roof. We got a good head start on the colonial game. France has a presence in Brazil, I found out, but otherwise, what we see here is the extent of their colonial stuff for the most part. Nobody else is really spread throughout North America, and France just has a couple of things in Brazil. So we're in a pretty good position. I would say that if the game was allowed to proceed, then forming Italy by way of bullying Ferrara, and then eventually going toward the Papal States to take more of these lands for me, and turning the Pope into a vassal who's mostly limited to his sole province here in the province of, what is this, Maritima? I'm happy with the Pope having control of Maritima while I control the rest of Italy. Because at this point I am the Catholic Church. Out of 10 curia and 20 cardinals, where's us? We have 7 cardinals. France has 3, the Pope has 2, and then everybody else has 1. We got some extra one there from annexing province. There's another in Ferrara. If we take over Ferrara and take Verona especially, that'll be 8 cardinals for me. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then 11, 12. So I've almost got enough cardinals to be the big decision maker. If I dare to go against France, we could take Narbonne and Toulouse, and that'll give me 2 more. I'd be at 9 cardinals then, plus 1 if I take Ferrara, or I'll take Verona. That'd be 10 cardinals. There's another in Dauphine, but Dauphine is also a vassal of France. Aren't they? No, they are not. They are allied to the Papal States, to Franche-Comté, to Lorraine, and Mantua. So, if I declare war with Mantua, we'd be going against Ferrara, Venezuela, and Tyrol. It's not a lot though. Venezuela is Dauphin though, so we could bully Mantua, bully Ferrara. So what we could do, if we bully with Mantua, we got castles here, right? We don't have castles up in the border here yet. We would have to build more castles. We could siege down in Ferrara hard, and then take a bunch of land from them, and then turn around and push against Dauphine, and then finish off Mantua. There's possibilities. So, we got a pretty good Kingdom of Two Sicilies that has set its sights forward. We got Albania, Croatia to absorb. We're making progress, taking Tunis away from Tunis. And we got some pretty decent colonies spread about that just need a little bit more investment. A little bit more investment and we all could have thrived. But that's the game. That's the game, and the game simply will not let me advance past tomorrow. What if it's a war thing? What if I declare war on somebody else? It'll say, oh shit, that broke some pattern of something. Now you can advance past tomorrow. Because these things won't complete until 16 months, 2 years, 2 years, 4 years too. These things are far away from completing. Improving opinion will take a while yet. None of my rebels are set to fire anytime soon, none of the build orders. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. Even the current research isn't set to fire until June. So it's not the research stuff, it's not institution spread, because institutions have already, well, the genie's out of the bottle. Everybody knows about the New World now. Everybody knows about the printing press. Everybody knows about pike and shot. So I don't know what it is, tragically. Is there an artist that is currently got a piece of art that's almost finished? No, because works of art got 76%, 50, 16, 4. So it's not that. Tunisians still don't like us. We got a pretty good multicultural realm, granted it's mostly Italians. But some of them are northern Italians, and that makes them weird. We've been pretty good to our colonial subjects. I can't stop these medieval Europeans from trying to do mission there, converting them to us. But apart from the Great Pestilence, we haven't done harm in our overseas acquisition. Been doing pretty alright with production. Spamming out on my RGOs really has been the best bet though. I think that has been the biggest boost to my economy. More than producing buildings, more than doing trades and all that. They just take a while, especially since proximity adds to control, adds to how much tax you get, adds to how quickly pops promotes. RGOs are the raw materials, it's the resource gathering operations. Every single location has a given resource that they produce. You can produce other things, like, say, in this wool area, if I wanted, people could also do fishing villages to produce some fish, for instance, or you could put, what other stuff are there? Lumber mills to produce lumber out of tools, or masons to produce masonry out of stone. But for the most part, the RGO is a thing that they are already set to produce in that region. So if you want iron, say, you could do some rural smelters, or you could find a place that has iron and just pump up all the laborers extracting it. Yeah, it's the raw materials, the basic raw materials. At 1.75 minting, we could go to the moon again. Maybe if I'm making $255 a month, it'll let me go past the 2nd of March. But alas, Damn, only 57's ability to take a privilege away from the nobility. We got some pretty decent privileges in our commoners, burghers, clergy, nobility. Nobility, the only thing I would really want to remove is maybe auxilium et consilium. Which isn't too bad, but I would want to give them monetary fiefs. But it's incompatible with auxilium et consilium. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Interesting choice of soundtrack at a 10-watch streak. The soundtrack is because the game is being a dumb Chillin' Chum. And the soundtrack is basically my headspace right now, as I've spent the past hour or so figuring out how to advance beyond tomorrow. On the 2nd of March, the game just ends. It's finally happened. After... where is it? 160 hours. After 160 hours, I've got the game crashes on the same date every single time bug. Toasty? I love you, little baby! But you're kind of in the way on that part of the desk. So, I'm afraid, Chillin' Chum, that this is simply it. This is the most that we could advance now. With most of Italy, with some South African colony, some New World colonies, a dispute with France over who should get which half of the world. But that's simply how it is. It's the consequence of playing a Paradox game of a higher complexity than Crusader Kings 3 at launch. That's why 1.0.8 is the beta branch, because there's enough complexity and enough stuff found that they didn't expect to make their way through, that they do have to just push out the beta until they could do enough fixes to make it live. So my hope is that maybe with a hotfix coming out or a later version, maybe the two Sicilies could rise again. I even finally have burghers taking advantage of road building rights to actually build roads. They've been negligent on that right, and they're finally doing it. But as it stands, the 2nd of March comes around, and there goes the game. So I think that's it. There's not really anything I can do about it. I've tried playing the game with a debug tool open so I could use the console commands. I tried killing myself, and excuse me, in case it was some kind of, well, maybe my character dies on the 2nd of March because she's beyond her lifespan right now, beyond her life expectancy. And so maybe I die and something weird happens with the inheritance, but no, if I kill myself, the game just runs normally until the 2nd of March. I've tried looking at this and that, and that's it. I just hit a wall. My Neapolitans have done as well as they possibly can. And so that is their anticlimactic end. 3/4 of the way through Age of Discovery, getting in a political dispute with Paris over who should own which half of the world. Maybe a future update will fix it, but for the time being, I think I have no choice but to call it here. We gave it as good a try as we could. But I guess it's not all bad. Because after all, a little something did come out and somehow completely passed by my radar the tail end of last year. Tail end of last year, tail end of last month. My head's all over the place with this right now. Because now we got, let me see, library. Galaxy Princess Zorana. How did you come out on the 21st of November without any awareness on my part? It's on my wish list. The game is on my wish list, but it was not on any of the alerts. No notification. No news in my library until, hey, just in case you guys missed the launch discount, here's a new discount if you already own Long Live the Queen. How could they do that to me? How could they release Galaxy Princess Zorana hardly over a week ago and sneak on by? How do we not play the sequel to Long Live the Queen? We kinda got it, don't we? As good as Long Live the Queen was, we get to see our princess murdered in a sci-fi feudal setting this time. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do Galaxy Princess Zorana. Maybe tomorrow there's going to be another hotfix to the 1.0.8 patch for EU5. And like magic, March the 2nd of 1510 will suddenly become passable. We'll see. For now, I think I am going to call it though, because we played a good game today. We made some good progress. And I tried my darndest with my limited skills to try to see what I could influence to get beyond March the 2nd. And it simply cannot be done. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Someday again, EU5 maybe will play you again. For now, across these it really did take 160 hours for you to pick up the basics of the game. That's just how strategy games work, isn't it? The 2-hour refund window is decidedly too small for grand strategy games. Maybe I'll play more on my off time in a new campaign. Surely, the bug won't hit all the time. It should be a kind of rare one. That's why I don't have too many results. But I guess we'll see. For now, we get to do a rare punchy raid. A story playthrough of Resident Evil Revelations 2. So thank you guys for hanging out. Stick around for the raid and say hi to Punchy. And whatever tomorrow may bring. We'll see what tomorrow will bring. I'll catch you guys then. Thank you all for hanging. I'll see you guys next time.
優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさTomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強